Welcome everybody, back at it. Another trip ready to take off. Such a hazy, dreamy night. I see Plain Truth, Red Rum, Sue Hill, Genghis Khan. What's going on everybody? Welcome. 10:44 p.m. East Coast. Like I said, it's a hazy night here, but we got a beautiful waxing moon here. 85% illuminated. And just crossing over south for me, so I think it might actually get even clearer as we go. I also see Saturn creeping up behind, and I kind of wish I could scope Jupiter, but it's a bit tough from this angle. I gotta adjust the settings a little bit, but bottom left corner you can see an awesome feature just coming up, and that is... where are we at? Mare Humorum and Gassendi Crater, right under the Terminator, on the very left, like the 9 o'clock position. Chrysium Chrysium on the far right, Tycho bottom left, and yeah, much more revealed tonight. Also Kepler up at the top next to Copernicus. So I also curated a bunch of songs, a lot of which I haven't played in a long time, or at least a year, or somewhere thereabouts, and some I haven't played in a few years. So I try and do all, I don't want to say new, but really unheard tracks. A lot of them are actually demos, and some of them maybe I haven't actually played at all, so it should be fun. That first one was Of the Water. Let's play this one called Salt Man, that's what it's called. Saltman 2018. shit, that was an old one. 2018. Yeah, so I adjusted the settings a little bit. Like I was saying, this is one of my favorite views of Mare Imbrium. Up at the top, you can see Sinus Iridum, Plato, all those little micro mountains that we saw. Mare Frigoris above that, and then Anaxagoras, that top crater at the, that creates all those striations right at the north. Really love that region, and this is typically we see this around the full moon, of course, but when the Terminator is creeping right around here, you get a lot more of the relief coming out from the left of Sinus Iridum and the craters above. I want to say that one next to Anaxagoras is Babbage crater and Sinus Auroris. So cool. You get to see these amazing regions at different phases. Very lucky. Very lucky. Remember to hit that 4K and share the video if you like. I see Mary quite howdy doody. What's going on? Hope you're having a lovely evening. So yeah, thumbnail is of Sinus Iridum kind of merged with a coastline, and I thought I'm just trying to work on some fun thumbnails. I've done so many, hundreds at this point for the channel, and I always try and come up with like clever wordplay or a pun or something non-clickbaity, but I've been trying to have some fun with it, merge the moon and some shots of Earth and kind of take a look at it. So I find it interesting. Again, not to insinuate that for sure the moon was an old Earth, but in this idea of the stellar metamorphosis, this idea that moons and Earths come from stars, and ultimately Earths are younger than moons, and Earths turn into moons, that maybe we're looking at an old Earth. That's this past couple of weeks of thinking. I see Gnostic Chef, what's going on? I see Wild Vicky, peace and love. You were just watching Walensky? Yeah, it's funny because Jeffrey left me a comment, and so did this other cat named Stefan. I kind of wanted to read those a little bit later, but I guess Jeffrey is paying attention to what I'm talking about. I mean, thing is, I think just maybe the quick thing that I'll say about all of this is that I'm interested in talking about new ideas and debating them. Nobody has to be right. I don't have to be right. I'm not sitting here trying to sell y'all any theories or concepts. I'm talking about stuff that I find interesting. Mostly the show is me playing music for y'all and doing awesome moon footage and kind of sharing that wonder together. That was the initial premise, but I know it turns into talks about philosophy and metaphysics and the universe, and pretty much there's no topic I won't really talk about in terms of science or space. And yeah, I find it. I love that people are leaving comments, and but there are. I guess the point that I'm trying to make, if you read the comment from yesterday's video about from Stefan and Jeff Walensky, both of them were commenting on how Dr. Robitaille, Pierre-Marie Robitaille, Sky Scholar, is not either not correct or he has a myopic. I wrote myopic, but I agreed with Jeffrey that like Professor Robitaille wants to talk about what he wants to talk about. And then Stefan was disagreeing with me, saying that Pierre-Marie Robitaille knows nothing about what he's talking about. He's basically talking nonsense. And for me, I tried to respond politely. I mean, I did respond politely. I don't try. I respond politely. But I have no fight here. You know, the point is that there is a Pierre-Marie Robitaille talking about having an alternative idea about cosmic microwave background radiation, about black body radiation and Kirchhoff's law. He is talking about radio telescopy, MRIs, all sorts of cool ideas, stuff that just is not found in the mainstream. And he's respectful, coherent, and is gaining followers because he is that. He's a cool person who's kind of a renegade thinker. He doesn't have to be right about everything, and maybe he's wrong about a lot of things, but it doesn't mean we should completely discount people because you think they don't have all the answers. For case in point here, yeah, try and keep an open mind. I mean, like, I'll be poignant, I guess, which is the fact that when I watched Jeffrey's channel for the first time and I saw the stellar metamorphosis stuff, like I read the comments and I watched the video a lot, like a lot of the videos, a lot of different ones, not just the stellar metamorphosis ones, and I don't agree with absolutely everything Jeffrey's saying either, or his take on a lot of things, but I agree with some of it. I mean, I agree with a lot of it, to be honest, but like some of the things I don't actually agree with. And when I listen to Pierre Marie Robitaille, of course, I think, man, it would be nice if he talked to other people and if he addressed certain things, or if he slowed down a little bit. Not everything he says is gospel. However, my response is really kind of what I want to talk about tonight, which is just, if we're talking about like stellar metamorphosis theory, we're talking about lattice structure, I think for me, it's about the details. It's like, what is Pierre Marie Robitaille talking about scientifically? Not is he a crackpot, or he doesn't have research, or he doesn't have this degree, or he doesn't have that, or his character is such, or emotionally he's such. Like, what is he specifically talking about that we disagree with or don't agree with? And what's not only, like, I learned this in working with teams, is that you can't just say I disagree with something. You kind of have to say I disagree, but here's somewhat of an alternative for that. Otherwise, like, what are we doing really? We end up kind of going down rabbit holes with no way to come out. And I think it's important to be able to look at Pierre Marie Robitaille's stuff, and instead of being like, oh, crackpot, like, go into his thing and explain why there isn't a solar lattice, and why his assessment of the cosmic microwave background radiation actually isn't valid, because the way he presents it actually sounds quite valid. And if you don't need to be like this superstar brilliant brain to like understand what he's saying. Like, I just think you have to listen and not think, oh, I don't like this guy, therefore I'm not going to listen, or he's wrong, or I don't have time for this. So I don't want to reverse preach to people, but I do enjoy that Jeffrey's commenting on the channel. Like, I think the stellar metamorphosis theory is pretty brilliant, and it's a case in point of trying to not judge a book by its cover, or somebody's opinions of the world, when you can just really hear some of the data and some of the points that actually do resonate with you. So that was kind of what happened today, but I appreciate all the views on the last couple of videos, and I'm really enjoying bringing some attention to this theory, and to Jeffrey, because he's done like such a ton of work, and it must be exhausting to kind of continue to pitch into the void. So I feel like trying to help out if I can, and show y'all, my space fam, some new ideas, because for me it's very exciting. It also, again, so Pierre Marie Robitaille or Rupert Sheldrake or Eileen McCusick or any of these people that I talk about, again, I don't think they are 100% right about anything. I don't think they have all the degrees or the papers or the proof for everything. However, when they talk to you, they talk as if they have a ton of experience, and they speak frankly, earnestly, sincerely. It's a huge difference between listening to people like that and listening to contemporary videos like from PBS or Veritasium, this polished version of science. Nobody really wants that anymore. I mean, that's not true. I don't want that anymore personally. It's just tiresome. It just doesn't really take you anywhere. I'm sick of being excited by storytelling. I'd rather just look at the actual thing, like we're looking at the moon here. All right, that's a little rant. That's how I've been feeling today, but I feel definitely happy about it, and hope you're all feeling good in the chat. I see some more people showing up. Mary says, explain why the moon looks different in Australia. Mary, did I not? I felt like I tried to go into that yesterday with the reversal of data. Did you sign off before I talked about that? It was kind of a long rant. I don't know the exact answer as to why the visual data of the sky looks inverted when you go into the southern hemisphere. There are reasons for it in mainstream, but for me it reeks of this idea of inverse proportion. So at the center of actually the plasmoid itself is the center of the sphere, or the center of the torus, and at that point, which is also the center of your eye, where light enters or light oscillates and resonates with the center of your eye, at that point, at the plasma double layer, information is flipped, as we can imagine it, from like opposite one spin to another spin. So information, optical data is reversed, and then at the next plasma layer, information is reversed again, and on and on and on. So information is quantized and fractal in layers emanating from our eye and emanating from the object we're looking at. So if you're looking at a ball, let's say, that's emanating, just oscillating and sending out omnidirectional spheres around itself, like just a bubble sending out bubbles, like a ping, a radar ping, and then your eye is sending out signals too. And when your eye sends signals into the field, the objects in your field pick up this resonance. It creates a very tiny Markland convection, which is two wires crossing, instantiating a spark. This tiny spark is now a new point of consciousness that your eye now resonates with. So that's what happens when you look up at the sky, and the data coming in from, when I say the data, the oscillatory ether, the oscillating light, or the light waves, or photons. There are a lot of different names for the same thing, but imagine the moon is just sending out data, optical data. Your eye is sending out, like, hey, I want to see the moon data. And those two data points meet, and in between that, you have these layers of plasma, and it's quantized field jumps. So at every layer of plasma, the data appears to invert. I know it's a really random theory, but that's how I imagine it. Yeah, sorry, didn't mean to make it a thing. I'd like to be able to say it more concisely. I think I just did, but if you imagine, like, why are we told, or why is the story such that when photons enter the human eye, the image of the apple tree, let's say, is inverted at the back of our eye with our rods and cones? So what's going on there? And for me, it seems like a magnetic reversal, because our eyes are magnets, and they're ferric, and they're sending out a signal to attract visual data, and the visual data is sending out a signal saying, hey, see me. The same way our bodies send out a signal that oscillate in the ether that says, see me. And so the moon sees us, and we see the moon at this focal point, this instantiation of resonance. And so I believe that instantiation of resonance can occur does occur on the plasma layers around the body and around the moon. And basically the interference patterns between these two shells are those points of focus that we pay attention to. And once you do that, you grow that point of energy, that data point, and that becomes its own little universe of a memory. It performs the role of storing an instantiated unit of time or unit of memory. Well, it's not really upside down. It's really, it's a deeper question, right, as to, like, what is right side up, what is upside down, how do we perceive anything at all? So, but it makes sense to me that the eye is also an emitter, which is a newer idea. So the human body emanates low frequency resonance into the field, and that's how we pick up on signals around us. I don't think photons just pour in from the moon right into the center of our eye. Like, it doesn't work that way. It must work in a cascade of actually fields and instantiation across distances between our eye and the moon. At those points, that's where the point of what we think of as a focal distance appears, and that's what we see. So we don't actually see the moon, and the moon doesn't send light all the way to the center of our eye. So Gnostic Chef says, your eyes are rendering the image that is being sent from your eye of Ra, the pineal gland, with the colors from either additive or subtractive, negative or positive. It sounds good. Maybe I'm not understanding it fully. Your eyes are rendering. So render is to bring into being, right? Is to print something. So that is to some degree true. So your eyes are sending out a ping into a field, and you are therefore creating interferometry with longitudinal waves of potential, and you create like a point between the two wiggles, and that point is what we perceive as focus point. And the colors, see, the colors I think is something to do with like refractive index. So it's the angle at which we perceive things. It creates a certain type of what we see as like refraction, and diffraction is I think perception, angular perception. Gnostic Chef continues, the painting clarity you see depends on the advancements in your equipment experience. The black sheep in the gray area, the chimerical colors. Magenta doesn't exist because it has no wavelength. All very interesting stuff. I don't know, I don't want to sit and nitpick it or like pick it apart, but I agree with some of it. I think the black sheep and the gray area, that's very poetic, chimerical colors. Maybe I'm a little bit lost in it. And then I would think like magenta doesn't exist. I'm not sure anything doesn't really exist. I think if anything can be derived, it exists in a form. Yeah, as in like a kind of, isn't magenta? Let's make sure. Yeah. Like pinkish wine color. Had to second guess right there. Alright, so let's keep going with the tunes here. Like I said, a fresh playlist with a lot of demos, so they're not perfect, but they are fun. This one's called 7/4-ish. up so high, you break into my night, cutting to the edge of my world. But I still need, like the puppets got to breathe. But I can feel your fire tearing up the street, tearing up the street. You feel like the fringe of my dream. We still breathe 'cause there's something more to see. I can see the wires straining up to me. Under the seals of my heart. Yeah. Something tells me twilight's come my way. Ooh, deep inside it's always incredible. Revolution is something we know. Revolution is something we learn. Revolution is something we know. Revolution is something we learn. Revolution is something we know. Revolution is something we learn. Revolution is something we know. Evolution. All right, what's up, everybody? Hopping back in here for a moment. Say what's up to Rob. Good to see you, and appreciated the little back and forth, Gnostic Chef. I dig it. I love all these. Some of these comments are super complex when you read them, right? Like I'm on a, I'm juggling so many things over here, and I do like to read things actually thoroughly and respond to them cogently, as they say, or coherently with something interesting. So I was really trying to pick it apart in a nice way, just to get into it. So let me know if you have any requests. I will play request songs if you want me to. But yeah, that last one was Still Feel, and before that was So Many Feelings, and 7/4-ish. So just quickly looking at what I got in the thumbnail, the ancient coastlines. So when you look at Florida, or you look at the UK or Australia, you tend to see these fractal coastlines a ton. And if you look at Sinus Iridum over here, this kind of northern region of Mare Imbrium, it really resonates in that kind of way, where you look at it, you're like, oh, can you imagine this is the edge of a continent and Mare Imbrium was an ocean? And I used to think that even before I read about stellar metamorphosis theory, but now that stellar metamorphosis theory exists, you can imagine that potentially the moon had continents and had oceans, and that this might be the remnants of one of those coastlines. You know, it also might not be, and that's perfectly fine. But just that thought experiment, I think, is, I thought I saw a coastline, but yeah, that's what I was thinking about when I did the thumbnail tonight. Again, stellar metamorphosis theory, something I like, doesn't have to change your mind, I'm not selling it to you. But I think it's very exciting to think about, especially if you come from an electric universe, plasma cosmology paradigm, and you like Alan Watts, and you like all the different thinking, Ken Wheeler and Eric Lerner, and the likes. I think stellar metamorphosis fits perfectly in all of these and explains like 3 to 5 crucial points that nebular hypothesis doesn't, and that electric universe doesn't. So, let's see. Mary, no problem. Yeah, I know it's like 11:15, so no problem. It's all good if people are just dozing off while watching. I'm just trying not to get too crazy up in here. All right, this is called Part of You. Moody jam from a couple years ago, and we'll start to pan down a little bit.
goes another one. See her now camouflage, sitting upside the face.
chatting with Drew, bringing up folding chairs. Funny how you move. We will figure this in a sense. Some would say it's just a part of you, like the seeds of the planet. Yes, you know what we're living in. See that you need. I just had another one now. So I just had another one now. Some would say it's just a part of you, like the seeds of the planet now. There was another one, seeing that time to flow, sitting upside the bed, chatting with Drew, bringing up all the chairs. Funny how some new. I will figure this in a sense. Some would say it's just a part of you, like the seed of the planets grow. Yeah, just to quickly comment here about Gnostic Chef says, I mean, if you look at your rods face inwards and people without an optic nerve are able to tell if people are smiling in photos. There's some interesting journals on the subject of blind sight. So it just made me think of rods and cones. It made me think of the structure and the layout of rods and cones, this kind of nested structure. So you have circle packing or nested hexagons, large and conical structures which outline the pinched plasma tube, or the top half of an hourglass, or the top half of a hypotrochoid, right? So the cone. It also outlines the spiral, the golden mean spiral. So you also have these rods, which are cylinders, and those also outline a Birkeland current, the counter-rotating cylinders. And therefore you have an interplay between the two, and they're all nested within each other and picking up on, essentially connecting, and the resolution. This is what's so interesting about our focus points, about our field of vision, you know, at the center of our field. Right? We even talk about this, we use the same language that would be appropriate, but the same thing with air currents, you know, being electrical wind, really, or wind even. And yeah, so how the eye works is extremely complicated if you look into it beyond the kindergarten documentary understanding. By the way, we're looking at the region I mentioned earlier, which is really, I think, some of the best relief you can see it at. This is Mare Nectaris. Let me just make sure. No, Mare Humorum. I'm sorry. Mare Humoris, and then at the top you see Gassendi crater, which is almost a mimic of Posidonius at the edge of Sea of Serenity, which we can go look at again. So take note of this structure where you have an elongated hexagonal mare, mini mare, and then at the rim of the mare, which is basically at the vertex or at the side of this six-sided shape, you have a crater with a flat floor and a ring, and then you have a tiny crater on the rim of that, so this kind of nested fractal, this cascading structure. And it happens all over, but this is another one. Like last night I showed the penta into hexa, serenity into tranquility, and Ptolemaeus into Alphonsus. So tonight let's look at Mare Humorum against Gassendi versus Sea of Serenity against Posidonius. So yeah, the idea of how the eye works, the point that I'll make about it, which is more generalized than just the specifics of how the eye works, is the very complexity of the eye proves that you, the person that I'm speaking to right now, the whatever you call yourself, is the person that created this eye and actually makes the eye work. So I made my own eyes. They're in my body. They're in my field. I may have used a template, right, with a universal template of creating an eyeball or two, but I ended up making them, and now I maintain them and also degrade them. And therefore, the fact that that is the case, and they're so complicated, but yet they still work, is proof, physical proof, for the fact, the self-actualization, self-realization that we are indeed either an aperture or a version of a God type character, which is, may sound really blasphemous to some people, may sound very egocentric or anthrocentric or narcissistic or whatever it may be, but ultimately that's the point. The point is, if you go look up how the eye works, it's just so damn complicated with the cascade of proteins and the triggering of things and the electromagnetic this and the sugars that and the rods and cones. I spent quite a while early in the research period where I wanted to look up all these really generalized facts, like how does rain work? How does the eye work? Who discovered the electron? What's the speed of light? When you think you know these things offhand or secondhand, it's not the same as actually spending 10, 15, 20 hours researching just one topic like that. Like, how does the eye actually see things? And how do both eyes work in tandem? And right now it's either really unknown, or it's simply the most convoluted mess of information you've ever seen. And then the simplistic understanding really opens so many more questions about why the image is inverted, how the rods and cones work, why the color spectrum, the limitations, the expansions, the field, focal length, aperture. I could list off a number of things, but I think the main point is why do things that are parallel recede to a point? And that in and of itself, actually that focal distance, that horizon point, the vanishing point rather, proves that we actually structure things into cones and bring things to an actual single point in space. It just proves that visually, like anybody can see it. And if you'll allow me to keep going a little bit with the eyes thing, so not only did we make our eyes, but morality and ethics don't factor into making eyeballs. So the worst person in the world, ethically, can make eyeballs, and the best person in the world can also make eyeballs. The craziest creature in the world can make eyeballs, and the most tame creature can also make eyeballs. So this is like one of these things where you really take the Alan Watts understanding of like, wait, you are an aperture of God, you are the God, not the one God, but a version of the God. But you actually you embody all the principles of the one God. And when I say God, I don't mean the traditional God, of course. I mean all versions of the concept of God. Esoteric Gold, what's happening? Close-ups of the moon, and lots of rambling from me. Sweet. All right, welcome. Thanks for sticking with me, y'all. I know, I'm going off here, but this is really important to me. So, not only did we make eyes and eyeballs, and making eyeballs is natural, but it's also extremely complicated. It's complicated to a degree that we don't even understand how they're made, why they're put in their place, all the things. So I feel like just because we can't explain it doesn't mean we're not actually making the eyeballs. So in fact, the ultimate kind of thing here is the self-realization. The realization that we keep pretending that we are not a version of God. We keep falling into this illusion, The real illusion is that you didn't make your body and that you didn't make your eyes. But the facts, the consensus facts, is that each and every one of us made our own body. And that's godlike power. So there's actual physical proof for, I don't want to say, it's not atheist or religious, right? Like both this idea of completely one way or completely another clearly doesn't really fit all things, because all things emerge from a system that allows for all things. What about the animals? They say have no eyes. Well, eyes are sensors, right? So this rods and cones thing proves that, like, if you really zoomed into pretty much every part of our sensory nervous system, it would be rods and cones nested hexagonally, like honeycomb or like lattice molecular structure, or really at the very atomic level, everything is like geometric honeycomb. That's when you look at real pictures of reality, of skin, electron microscope stuff, their entire worlds in these tiny little parts of our skin, right? Entire worlds of like creatures and dirt, and then you look at sugar crystals under a microscope, under an electron microscope, you'll see that lattice structure, like hexagonal latticing, just exists in nature. And it's explained in a bunch of different ways, but I think the key point is that it exists. It's not that, like, let's describe that sugar crystals look hexagonally latticed, but why do they look hexagonally latticed, and why do sugar crystals look latticed and craters on the moon look latticed as well? That's really the key, connecting the dots. Astralis, love all the emojis. Let's see. Yeah, so my point about it is, like, what do y'all think about the making your own eyeballs? Do you completely disagree that we make our own? I mean, of course, like, that's just, we can make all the parts of the body. You make your own skin. We self-organize our entire body. Like, the proteins in your body are still part of your body. Your heart that's just oscillating and beating and keeping everything going is still part of your body. It's not outside of our physical vessel. It's inside our physical vessel, but yet somehow, like, we've been fed a narrative that says, like, sorry if I'm using like a lot tonight, I don't mean to, that we're fed a narrative that says, no, the heart is doing its thing, and proteins, they do work, and red blood cells are there to, white blood cells are there, and they do their thing. And in the words of Alan Watts, like, we're othering it. We constantly other it. Oh, it's that thing. It's doing its thing. It's not really conscious, but it's doing that thing. It's doing work. But when you really consider it, like, for it to do work means it needs to have the capacity for spatial awareness. So it needs to know what is around it. And it needs to make a decision based on what's around it. And that's consciousness. Like, that is the most simple possible version of consciousness. It's self, point instantiated consciousness, recognizing field, creating a new layer in the field that is a multiplicative or an additive of the first instantiated dipole moment. It's like people spend hours trying to explain what consciousness is and don't explain the obvious thing, that it is clearly resonance between nucleus and field at every scale. And it's been shown many times. I'm not the one to discover it. I'm just repeating it because you hear enough smart people say it together and you're like, wait, why isn't anyone just saying the obvious? What's happening, Rizovsky? What? What do you, what's the what? What's the what? So we're looking at these two parallel rays coming off of Tycho crater at the bottom. Let's move up a little bit. There's this little crater on the side of the parallel path highway that I always remember, Bully Aldous. Oddly, what a weird name to remember constantly, but I don't think I'll ever forget that. Let me pull up my Scribble program so it connects a bit more. Viewing is not perfect because I'm having a lot of orange haze. Whoa, this is the harvest moon cycle in September, and it depends. Some nights are going to get that really thick haze around it, and there's nothing we can do. I think it'll clear, though, if I stay on long enough. Let me clear my screen. New. Yeah, Vicky, love electron microscopes. There are a few videos out there now with compilations. Make sure you know, at least a couple of them are 3D renders, but 90% of them are real. And it's, yeah, you keep zooming in, you keep finding stuff. Like Alan said. Alan Watts didn't even have these kind of electron microscope shots. He's like, I bet you anything, you keep zooming in, you'll keep finding stuff. Because the universe is, as far as we know it, is infinitely fractal. And if it's fractal all the way down, it's probably fractal all the way up. And what's wrong with that? What's wrong with the insecurity of it being infinitely fractal as opposed to like having a beginning or an end, you know? And that's where I understand why people are rebelling in a way. Like there's this massive rebellion against the Big Bang, against Big Bang cosmology. And even mainstream physicists who are typically baffled by this stuff are using the Webb telescope stuff to kind of slowly, like Homer Simpson, back away into the bush on Big Bang cosmology, because everyone really has been desperate to get away from it. They're like anything, and so now like even mainstream people, I feel like, are like, oh yeah, well, Big Bang might have been, you know, not so right, but like we have this other thing next to the Big Bang, or what's happening before the Big Bang. So I mock a little bit, but in fact, I don't really go that far. I think like the Big Bang is a logical like a logical assumption. The main thing is like, what do you take from it? So right now there's this idea of a Big Bang, like an instant moment from nothingness to somethingness. However, it's likely that was just one instance along a much larger timeline of infinitely recurring universes. Which, in a way, if you go back to quantum mechanics and string theory, they do say that. The multiple brain theory, where there are different instantiations of realities, the Big Bang moment that might be assumed or is pointed at right now is one of these moments. But this is where the politics come in, and you can't somehow... you can't consolidate quantum mechanics and string theory with special relativity, like for some reason, because if you do, somehow like will tear a hole in this fabric of the what's it called, the imaginary space-time fabric. I don't know, this whole fabric and ropes thing is so silly. Oh, magnetic ropes, y'all, and space-time fabric. But again, I've moved away from like decrying Big Bang entirely and religion entirely and Einstein entirely, because if you go that far and say, okay, this thing, absolutely no way, like I'm not taking anything from it, you're just limiting yourself from learning new things. Yo, what's happening, Hot Rod Scott? What's happening? Vicky says, the thing that I remembered the most was, she said that the eye absorbs the sunshine through the center, and it actually creates an enzyme in the stomach to help you digest food. Interesting. I would imagine like our system is reacting with solar radiation, solar wind, and earth electrons and photons. Like we're in a soup of consciousness. Not only that, but mechanical, other people, cloud, the history of Earth, the magnetosphere, sun, moon, right? It's not just, I feel like it's not just one thing, but I'm going to have to read these comments again. I'm a little bit lost, sorry. But it might create an enzyme in the stomach, but I feel like the stomach has a field. So the stomach, when people think about, oh, my stomach has its own mind, it really does. It has its own guttural field, this toroidal field around the stomach that actually does tell you what's going on with it, I think. Hot Rod says, okay, is there one example that we can refer to that shows where nothing became something? Well, it's hard to say, because as soon as something becomes something, that's when it is instantiated in reality, right, in our consciousness. So as soon as you see it, it has now become that thing. right? So I feel like what we miss generally is the fact that like when you experience something, you actually bring it into consciousness. We kind of think that consciousness goes on and we look at it and somehow observe it like a film. But I really think, and the physics shows, that we actually co-create every instantiated point of reality. So as I speak, we're basically weaving ripples in the ether, like oscillations. Any different way I say things, or if I say things really slowly, that changed the oscillation into the microphone. You're interpreting it changed. It has to be that like etheric fluidity, right? It can do pretty much anything that you need it to do, right? Like that's the thing. The wiggle is strong, and the wiggle is potential. So nothingness is the absence of something, and I think that if we were to take it down its logical conclusion, is that they both coexist. They're the two sides of a single coin. So nothingness, we only know nothingness in relation to somethingness, and we only know somethingness in relation to nothingness. And not to sound too erudite about that, but if you make an analogy, or an analogy is the words on a page. So imagine no page, no ability to write down words. We tend to be myopic about reading the words on a page and deriving meaning, right? So we barely even consider these little scratches on a paper. But without the paper being the background of the nothingness, the words would also not be able to be experienced. And thusly with sound and silence, so we only know of sound and the articulation of sound because everything is silence. And we only know light because pretty much everything is darkness. This is truly what I think Alan Watts was trying to say, this relationship, like this 90-10 relationship between apple seed and apple flesh, or center or matter to non-matter in the universe, nothingness to somethingness, dark to light. There's this kind of, even life, as Alan Watts describes it, is essentially pretty much every second pulling ourselves back from death, because death is pretty much at every corner, and at every moment of you pull yourself back and like, whew, whew, are we gonna make it? Whew, are we gonna make it? And then we typically, the answer to that is no, we're probably not gonna make it, but we get a chance every time we don't make it. We get to try over along the filament. Hello, NGC. Great to, you caught in right at the right time. You jumped in at the right time. I don't know how you made it up to the rocket ship traveling right past Bully Aldous right now, but you must have had like one of those nanofiber titanium ropes, like magnetic ropes, tethered to, mentally and etherically tethered to the craft. Was that a bird? That could have been a bird. There have been tons of birds the past couple of nights, like old times, like thinking that those were like satellites or meteors or aliens, but burbs, mostly burbs. Have I missed anyone coming in here? But yeah, that's what the thing is. That's what it's really all about. So the idea of the Big Bang, this idea of somethingness emerging from nothingness, it does make sense in some ways. Because if you consider nothingness potential energy in the ether, and you consider somethingness oscillation in this potential nothingness of the ether, and then that oscillation creating stars and ripples that create planets and moons and so on and so on. And so you're in a soup bowl, in a sphere, in a box, in a cube, in maybe a shapeless amorphism of potential etheric energy. And then, like, what was the original oscillation? Okay, that we can talk about, because that's where you get the big question marks. You're like, wait, what was the original ripple in time, space, or etheric plasma, or instantiation of consciousness? But I would say that makes a lot of sense, and that's why you can't completely discount Big Bang Theory, can't completely discount Einstein. and you know, I have changed, because I used to be like, no, not this, and not any agency science, and not any agency theoreticians. But ultimately, all of us exist within the same field, and the reason they all were talking about this is because the curious mind is trying to figure all this stuff out. The body is trying to wake up from this illusion that we put ourselves in, and the thing is, 90% of those people who are in the illusion, the apertures of God that are in that illusion, have to be in that illusion in order for the whole thing to work. So it's like 90% of people have to be the apple flesh, and 10% of people have to be the apple seed. And the apple seed cannot be the flesh, and the flesh cannot be the seed. But we both have to exist in order for the whole apple thing to work. Vicky says, the eyes, the sun are directly connected. If a person gets no sunlight through the eyes for long periods, it literally damages enzymes in the stomach that help digest the food. Okay. I get that. That makes sense. I think I was just reading it incorrectly earlier. I'll have to look up more about optics. I kind of dug deep a few years back, and it's fascinating, like across the board, no matter what theory you think about. But I think the Cartesian frame of reference idea mixed with, again, special relativistic thinking about point of view or perspective from an instantiated point of consciousness is like it's like a broad field to kind of to create better thinking about optics, or more advanced thinking about optics from a layman's perspective. All right, take a little break here, get a drink. It's called Full of Life.
Your mind is in illusion. Pressure on
All right. That's my kind of 80s jam. That was called So What's the Point? And before that was Brainiac Maniac, which is one of my old favorites, like totally unlike any of my writing. I have these odd moments here and there of like just being real cheeky. I see more Jello in the chat, what's going on? I see Cyberbry in the chat, what's happening? Wonder what really happened up there to create those craters. Right? I think about it all the time. I've mentioned all the different theories. I'm not, I obviously lean towards the fact that things are electrical in nature and therefore there could have been electric arcing that created these spots. The organization is so sharp and the details and the geometry, it's very detailed. So I feel like electricity has a great place in the theory. It obviously could also be meteoric, like meteor showers or meteor strikes or asteroids or comets, I guess, hitting the moon. It could also be volcanism. So those are three of the main theories. And I think the bubbling of the surface, the boiling of the surface of the moon could be a couple of different things. Right now, the standard idea is that the moon's surface bubbled and boiled due to the fact that it was impacted during the late heavy bombardment. And so all the features we see pretty much, barring some small craters, were created in a certain epoch 3 billion years ago. But when you see the simulation for that, it feels a little bit like the the nebular hypothesis theory or of planet creation in an accretion disk. It just feels a little bit like the model or the theory of that was simulated, or the rendering actually looks forced, so to speak. So you see all these things hitting the moon, and then extreme detail emerges from it. And it just doesn't really organically feel correct, especially when you're looking at the moon so clearly and you see all these details. Then you have hexagonal cratering versus random looking craters that would happen with tons of ballistic impacts coming in from all different directions. You also are looking at Clavius right now, where you have kind of the tail end of a spiral. Just, so imagine what's hitting the moon to create this perfect structure, or this sequence of structures, versus you have an electric arc that moves in a certain way along certain pathways, and along certain pathways you can create sequential dots or sequential craters. And you can create geometric craters because the actual funnel shape of an electric lightning bolt is actually is along the pathways of a hexagonal structure. Simply because the tube around an electrical lightning bolt actually gets pressurized and gets pinched. And pinches are like two bubbles. When two bubbles meet, they create a boundary layer, a flat layer between two spheres, let's say, in a simplistic sense. Fantasy, I see you lurking. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a great night. So yeah, there are a few ways of looking at the surface of the moon. I think whichever way we look at it, I think the real thing that sticks out here is the shape of craters, right? And you see I'm right here. I got like Tycho for you. I know it's been drifting upwards, but Tycho's right up here, if I can just pull it up. So if we're looking at Tycho right above Clavius, let's look at Tycho. Tycho has a central peak, right? And it's got all these different craters around it. And the geometry of Tycho is definitely more smooth than your typical hexagonal crater, of which we'll see later. But let me scribble a little bit, and let's draw some lines around Tycho. So that's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you have a very kind of warped or distorted octahedron. You have kind of large pyramid, small pyramid structure in the middle. This is about, or what is called 100 kilometers across, roughly 60 miles or so. And they say that Tycho is a younger crater, which may have happened at the end of the late heavy bombardment. So that's the standard idea, that everything on the surface of the moon boiled and bubbled over because it was struck by hundreds of thousands and millions of meteorites. But if you think about it in terms of electrical scarification, and what I've talked about on the channel is, let's say you have a surface of a planet and it's smoother, it doesn't have all these features, and then another planet moves past it and it creates an electric arcing, twisting electric filament, a cosmic lightning bolt, or what we see on Earth as just a regular old lightning bolt that branches, right? Clouds, ground. So this lightning bolt is already there, but it's not glowing. And when we see it, it's glowing. And so this lightning bolt in space is a giant version of this. And this is a giant version of when you put your finger against a little button and you get that little spark of static electricity. It's the same exact phenomenon. Excuse me. So let's erase all that. So if we're imagining electric arcing, you'd have an anode-cathode situation where there's massive discharge in this crater from a massive electrical interaction with a passing planet or a comet or Jupiter or another moon or Earth, right? And then other regions would be an electric arc moving across the surface. So two planets kind of, one going this way and the moon going this way, something going that way, shearing and creating different types of striations across the surface. You know what's happening to Rumborax? It truly is dope electric vibes, but because y'all are so cool. Gosh, I'm so cheesy sometimes, but seriously, y'all are like so respectful and the energy is always high when you come in, so I appreciate my space fam very much. And let's keep going here. So impact theory is tons of meteorites hit the moon, created all the surface features, and it gets impacted today. We don't see the big impacts today because the moon has already gone through its phases, let's say. That's mainstream understanding. I know I'm oversimplifying to a point, but if you actually dig in, that's what standard models say. And if you ask other channels or scientists who are not moon aficionados, lunatics, they will tell you the same idea, that something hit primitive Earth, let's say two planets collided, and the moon was formed in clumping of matter in a protoplanetary disk. And then once it clumped together, it was struck by millions of meteorites, and that's the moon we have today. And to me, like that story, if you simulate it, it looks like a story. There's something about it that just doesn't seem correct, because when you think about the organization, you think about where the moon is placed, all these factors about what the moon was, the composite of the moon, going to the moon, walking on the moon, the placement of the moon, the moon's orbit, the age of it in relation to Earth. I could go on, but also how all the craters are nested hexagons or nested pentagon-hexagon formations, and why nobody really talks about the hexagonal nature of craters on not just the moon, but on rocky bodies in space and Earth. Hexagons seem to be like, yeah, I know it happens, but it's just because Mother Nature is great, ha ha ha. Look at this hexagon right here. And with also a crater on the vertex of it. So things in, like either we created computer programs based on nature, right? Or nature created computer programs to reveal itself to itself. All right, that was convoluted. But, I mean, reality is light perceiving itself, right? So Tycho crater is pretty fascinating. One of the main features we see. So what's going on here? So giant impact, rocky body, stratified electric rock, sublimating ice rock, right? Rock from the Oort cloud, rock from the coldest regions, anything you want to talk about, rock from Iceland or Brazil, heavy rock coming in, spiraling in. Let's say even these rocks are along Birkeland filaments. So something hits and it creates Tycho crater, right? Everything pummels inwards, a mound is created, and then dust is filled and debris is filled. You have a flat floor, central crater, and high walls. That's theory 1. Theory 2 is what I said earlier. Giant electric discharge comes in from a comet or a nearby planet and spends a bunch of time here, eventually snaps and disconnects, and once it disconnects, it leaves a central peak. We see this in electric discharge in the laboratory with Billy Elverton and his experiments, see the pattern experiments, Electro Terra vision, Jacob Gable's stuff. Anything on Thunderbolts Project, you can see experiments in the laboratory that show these shapes in the laboratory, that and the shapes at the center of these craters that are formed. It almost basically, it creates a bubble, so the electric arc never really touches the surface. The electric arc kind of floats above the surface and creates a plasma bubble that blows a hole in the surface. That's why the bubble actually outlines. Of course, it's getting hazy while I tell you this, but this is something actually that I don't think I've mentioned before, but I learned it recently about how what's really happening, if you visualize it, is that the lightning bolt, if you look at it from the side view, is actually creating a plasma bubble right here. This is drawn much larger, but imagine a lightning bolt is coming from outside the moon. This is the surface of the moon, and between the moon and the Birkeland current or the electrical current or the cosmic lightning bolt, it's creating kind of an impression of a plasma layer, and that's why you get the impression of bubbles, nested bubbles. Bubbles, nested bubbles. Rock lobster, exactly. Thank you. Password is password. So, shit. It really did get hazy, huh? Now it's passing. That's good. So those are two theories, right? Impact theory, electric arc theory, and then let's think about volcanism. So volcanism is basically, this is the surface of the moon, and the moon goes through puberty, and this is a giant pimple, and it pops. And that's what happens, and then it was so bad that it actually left a scar. And these are these giant volcanoes that existed on the moon at a certain period in time. Mary mentioned yesterday the idea of potentially geysers, like giant water geysers, and possibly, I just feel like this sharp point in the middle, really, to me, actually, this idea of like impact cratering, just so we explain it better. So ground, rock comes in, speeding in, right? What happens is it kind of hits like this and creates an explosion where we end up getting a crater like that, and sorry, actually I think it's like this. That's sort of what happens, and then debris piles in. This is the impact idea. So it makes sense to a degree, but similarly the electric arcing stuff does make sense too. And if you look at the Ralph Jurgens work and Brian J. Ford work, you'll see that they did actual scientific rationalization and proofs to show that no scar on the moon, basically that you could have either scarification or impact. In either situation, you couldn't really tell which one was which. Actually, I didn't really explain that well. I'll think about it and I'll re-explain it, but essentially you couldn't rule out electric scarification because electric scarification would leave similar types of marks to impact theory. So that's, I think, more clear. Jamal Johns, what's going on? In a plane where Neptune was older than the sun. Neptune older than the sun. Yes, that's definitely possible. Plane, not sure. Layer, possibly. Curved layer. But, or actually distorted noise form layer. But Neptune older than the sun and this stellar metamorphosis idea definitely makes sense to me. But who knows, right? For sure. Although this idea that stellar metamorphosis allows us to see planets in our solar system at different ages is such a holistic theory because we have that on Earth right now. And the fact that space is kind of is exactly a fractal of what we experience on Earth, that idea makes a lot of sense to me. The fact that all the planets are the same age doesn't make more sense. It makes less sense. Let's see. So I'm letting these clouds pass, and we'll keep going with the tunes here. NGC I can't find somewhere right now, but I'll look for it. Let's keep some jams going. I'll also play Captain of the Stars tonight at some point. That was requested, so I haven't played that in a while. This is YMI, but a newer mix, and then that's going to run into Feel For You. And I'm just going to get some wide shots here and a drink, because, man, I got raspy real quick. Real damn quick. This is the only repeat song tonight.
Telephone lines running amok.
Hey, also, I'm just keeping an eye here because I feel like it might start raining in a second. It's clouded out pretty hard. But I'm going to stick around for a couple more, see if it clears. I just want to chat with Fantasy here for a moment. And I'm talking kind of a little bit about the stellar metamorphosis idea and how Jeffrey Walensky proposes this idea that all the planets in the solar system are not only arranged in a certain order, but also are at different ages in their life cycles, given that they all evolved from stars initially. And I think there's a way of looking at it, that I'm looking at it, where I'm trying to take the data in conceptual pieces as opposed to saying, like, the stuff that we know is this, and does stellar metamorphosis fit or not fit this? What I'm trying to think about is when you look at the planets, what stage do they look like they're in? And then also think about the idea that when you look up mainstream science of the nebular hypothesis about how planets are formed, or accretion disk formation of planets, versus stars cooking planets at their cores, and essentially planets emerging from the cores of stars, makes way more sense. So I'm trying to take it from that vantage point. So if that's the case, then you infer all these other things about the age of certain planets and what stage of development they're in. But I think what you're saying about centripetal force relies on mass. You can't attract something if your mass is too low. I think that's also multi-leveled, right? Like, what is mass and what is matter, right? And what is gravity and what is attraction, repulsion? What are these forces implied in what you're saying, where centripetal force relies on mass? I think in one way it does, but in another way, how is mass determined, right? And so personally, I think it comes down to a certain type of frequency and oscillation of the electrical current flowing through each item in the universe, or each planet or star. And therefore Neptune, like a life cycle of a star, if you start with a star spinning really fast and it moves through a certain life cycle gradation, that ultimately the axial angular momentum, the spin rate of the star, would actually logically slow down over time. It wouldn't speed up as we see things in nature. So if you extrapolate some of these ideas and you put them in sequence without having preconceived ideas of what we know to be true, or at least we know what we've been told and what works to a degree, that's where I'm coming from on it. It might be wrong based on what you're saying, but to me the idea that Neptune and Uranus are water worlds that are older than the Sun makes sense, because the Sun is convective. This is a whole other thing with Premier Robitaille, Dr. Premier Robitaille, but Dr. Pierre-Marie Robitaille, and the idea of condensed matter lattice sun, and how our sun is actually like in the stages of cooking, and then Neptune and Uranus are in the stages of water, and then Earth is in a stage of water plus iron core, and Moon is in a stage of iron core, and so is Mercury. And then asteroids and comets are chunks of those iron cores, and those iron cores, we know, go into other stars. And therefore we have a full picture of like the entire recycling and evolution of planets and stars that is now unified, versus stars are one thing, planets are a totally other thing. Accretion disk model has not been shown or proven, even though that's where planets end up residing in galaxy arms. But do planets clump together? I don't think there's enough fusion heat or energy for these debris rings, protoplanetary rings, to become full planets. It makes far more sense that planets are cooked by swirling chemicals and atoms and molecules together in energetic, high-pressure situations at the center of a star, where you cook Earths. You know, that's where it makes way more sense to me. Fantasy says, gonna disagree. They're far enough from the sun to remain icy worlds. I know, but that's just... I also have to disagree with you. I think that's like what we think now, that the sun is hot and those planets are cold. But what is even the the concept of hot and cold in this scenario, right? Like, what happens ultimately? Like, really, forget that. The point that I'm actually trying to make is that if you rewind a little bit before the perception that we know what Neptune is and we know what the sun is, that's where I'm coming from. Like, do we really know where the sun comes from? And do we really know the constitution of Neptune? Right? I know you're saying matter-of-factly that why is there ice on Earth then? Because essentially the phases of matter exist fractally. So at one point, stars are giant hydrogen, primitive atoms of hydrogen, helium, and the building blocks of life, and they're giant hot stars, and they start cooling down, slowing down spin, and losing atmosphere. But as they're doing this, they're cooking, they're swirling by counter-rotating rings, by swirling and baking, essentially, and turning from white dwarfs, going down the evolution of stars to ultimately our sun, that is now like a very powerful star in our solar system that seems like we are completely tethered to this one sun. But then I ask you, like, where do planets come from? And if you're saying that all our planets around our sun formed in an accretion disk, that to me seems less logical than all the planets were formed along a Birkeland filament as stars that ultimately evolved into the planets that we see. So I'm really not even arguing the point that you're trying to make. I'm trying to say, if you rewind a little bit as to our very understanding of the making of stars and planets, and then you kind of get to where the question that you're asking, I don't know if I can tell you specifically why there are things, but I imagine that ice on Earth exists as water, a gas, as steam, as ice, as plasma, and as water. We're water beings, right? So we're a water planet, and I think different gradations of temperature or oscillation end up existing on all forms of planet. Even the moon has remnant ice, but ultimately Mercury probably doesn't have ice, and comets and asteroids have very little, like tiny bits of ice. But something like Uranus and Neptune have tons and tons of ice. So essentially over time, a star cools and gets to a place where the hot core inside mixes with the cool water of the outside, and you get this hybrid structure of a complex Earth that was cooked in a planet. It was cooked in a star core. Now, is it a wild theory? Yeah. Does it break down a lot of things we understand? But does it make more sense than clumping of matter in an accretion disk model? I think it makes way more sense than that. Like, and also the accretion disk model has also not completely been verified. It's still, like, you still look at these pictures and they're pretty much speculating that this is happening. But everyone pretty much also agrees on the birth of stars. So birth of stars is there, but nobody really agrees on the birth of planets. And I think stellar metamorphosis is, like, absolutely, so far from what I've read, and I feel like I've read a bunch, that it makes the most sense. But it does change a lot of perception. So you kind of have to rewind, present it as possibly being an alternative framework, and then ask the question that you're asking about why Neptune does a certain thing or why there's ice on Earth. And I think that maybe, like, we'll come to different understandings of it. Let's see. Yeah, it is totally clouded. Humdrum. Let me check the weather. Anyway, fantasy idea gives rise to a whole bunch of new questions and thoughts. So it's not as easy as just saying, like, if it's this, then it's that, and this one thing breaks it. Hot Rod Scott says, 2 things come to mind for me. One is that space as taught is nonsense. 2, with all due respect, this is theory based on theory that's based on a theory. I don't know, Scott. So what? Give me an like. Remember what I was saying earlier in the show, or maybe you didn't catch it, but I was saying, like, if you disagree, provide an alternative solution. Like in team situations, in a band situation, in a roommate situation, you can disagree on things, but to just disagree and to sit there, I don't know, like, I'm not trying to judge. I'm just saying, like, it would be great for you to propose an alternative as opposed to, like, pointing at something and saying that is false. Because then there's nothing to really talk about. Then I hear your perspective, right? Where I'm trying to get to is, like, some things are false, some things are true. What's an interesting mix of the two things? Some things can be completely false. I agree with you. Like, narratives can be false, evidence can be forged. So I don't disagree that things can be nonsense. But all space is not nonsense. I think interpretations and stories of space may be nonsensical to you now that now you're better researched and know more about space. Then you look at the common narrative and you say, maybe this seems like nonsense to me. So I can hear that. Yeah. And then Fantasy, you're saying, Hot Rod Scott, physics is irrefutable, though. I think physics is irrefutable, but saying that mathematics and mainstream science's understanding of physics is irrefutable is where I think we need to draw a line. I'm not the only one saying it. Everybody in the kind of dissent sort of community says the same sort of thing, which is just because one thing is this way doesn't mean all the things are such. And the fact that scientists, like if you look up mainstream ideas and they're constantly baffled or constantly surprised by findings, and then you have a theory presented like electric universe cosmology that does predict things and that does show the root cause of things, and you say, no, I'm just going to completely ignore that because I've decided that all things are fake. Like, I just don't understand that. And then I also don't understand sticking to a cosmological theory that is really antiquated at this point and saying, I'm going to uphold this because systems must be upheld, versus like embracing new music or embracing new food or embracing new living situation where you buy a new house. I don't understand why science can't change without it immediately going to like, they figured it out, it's all figured out. I've seen it on TV, 100 people, are you smarter than a PhD? I'm going off, Fan, but I don't mean to like argue with you, but you know what I'm saying? It's that kind of thinking that like, okay, we can stay there forever. We can stay in a system where like everything's been settled. Or we can try and like talk about new ideas, even if they're not 100% in agreement with what we already know, right? Like, I'm not exactly... Let's see. I don't know. Let's keep it here for a second. I feel like the moon will come back. Hot Rod says, tough to discuss from a chat window, but I agree with your stance. Again, like, I appreciate that. I don't mean to be... I am probably standing on my soapbox lecturing all of y'all in a chat room, so forgive me if that seems what it's like. I was actually thinking about it today, or I think about it often, about doing a show where it's a call-in show. But the show is already so complicated that I'd have to, like, do a bunch to make that happen. And I haven't yet decided to put the energy into it. But at some point, it would be fun to actually chat with y'all. Everyone can hop in and and yell at me. No, you know what I mean. Disagree with me strongly. Let's see. NGC says it's like a recipe. You have a lot of ingredients, and when they're mixed together, they stick and make a cake. That's an excellent analogy. Because it's true. Right now, accretion disk clumping together of debris to create an Earth seems like, you know what I mean, just not following a recipe. It's like you're throwing some ingredients into a thing and being like, all right, now it's a cake. But when you cook a planet inside a swirling star, and you have all the structure and all the rain and all the complex mixing of materials and the momentum, then you can probably create a very complex planet like Earth. That's just the thing. I mean, if you look up what other mainstream ideas of planetary creation are there, if you look it up, it doesn't exist. I mean, there are a lot of different wild theories about it, but so far, cooking a planet inside a star, or a star basically evolving into a planet, or an Earth being the core of an old star, like, really logical, actually. I don't know what to say, but yeah. Let's see. Gnostic Chef says, let's see, who's thought that the Earth works a lot like a galvanic cell battery, right? Yeah. Zodiac is also assigned metals from most canonic to least. Yeah, I kind of fumble, I think, when I'm talking to y'all about this cascade or gradation of things, but essentially, if you imagine the periodic table basically as hydrogen or hard light, high density light that is vibrating super duper hard, or super duper fast rather, and creating what we perceive as matter, fundamental matter. And then the periodic table emerges along a golden mean spiral along a Birkeland filament. And so really things are the same thing at the very root, but the complexity rises along the geometry that we see. And therefore, structurally, again, not to argue so strongly for stellar metamorphosis, it's just the concept of where planets come from. When you hear this idea, it's like the first idea that I've ever heard that actually makes sense as to where planets are from, to be perfectly honest. Same thing with where moons come from being old planets. I don't know if I've actually heard a better theory. And if I'm wrong about that, then that's fine. But to say no, because most scientists say that nebular hypothesis planetary formation along galaxy spiral arms by clumping is 100 scientists agree on this. I'm just going to say, well, yeah, but when I heard this other thing, that seemed like a better thing. And if somebody comes over and says, hey, like that taco truck on the other side of town's actually better than this this other place that is super popular. You're like, yeah, but 100 people say that this taco truck is better, right? That's kind of what we're doing here. I'm saying personally, like just comparing and contrasting, stellar metamorphosis like makes not a little bit of sense, but a lot of sense and fills in massive gaps in the story in one fell swoop, just like Electric Connected Universe does too. When you say, oh, the universe is islands or the universe is all connected, you're like, oh, it makes sense, everything's really actually connected. I think it's more simple than I'm even letting on. Fantasy says, I took a lot of science classes in college and did a lot of experiments to prove XYZ. For me, it's hard to listen to alt science when I did the work to prove it. But if you think about that, is it fair to say, like, what do you mean prove it? Based on whose rules, right? Is it the world rules, you know? Is it rules decided upon by a curriculum or a bunch of teachers? If you fundamentally ask the questions about, like, what is what is education in general? What are numbers? Are numbers only for an elite group of people? And then if you kind of go down that line of questioning, you'll see that there's nothing wrong with you doing mathematical proofs and physical experiments in a laboratory that showed a result. You know, you don't have, I'm not denying that happened, and I'm not saying that you doing those means nothing in this context. But what I am saying is that just because you did those doesn't make those the only things that will ever occur, and it doesn't mean those are the only results that will ever be achieved. Is that fair to say? Things change over time. Results change, computers change. I mean, it's like saying that old analog phone line is the best phone line because it works fine for us. And then it's like, you know what I mean? It's a little bit like adoption rate stuff. It's not about emotions or, yay, the moon is back. It's not an emotional thing, right? And it's not a legacy like, I did this, therefore. And I hear you, like, with all due respect, like, I understand that when people who have degrees and are very studied listen to some of these ideas and they're like, you're absolutely ridiculous. I get that. Believe me, I get it. But I also like the coolest restaurant. I like the coolest music. I like really weird esoteric stuff. And you think, I mean, first of all, I'm also very curious about the world. And to be perfectly honest, like a lot of other people, you look up mainstream concepts from the mainstream scientists and mainstream YouTube channels, and it's not just like it's like the Twilight Zone. You know, I'm being uh, lectured and belittled and condescended to, but also I'm being told that there is nothing new to discover, and that one government agency in each country can determine what is and isn't science. You know what I'm saying? Like if you were to simplify, not oversimplify it, but really break it down to its fundamentals. So why would I? Um, why would I get up in the middle of a sentence? But you know what I'm saying? Like, no, I'm going to look for the best food. I'm not going to say, oh yeah, that's great that there's a McDonald's around the corner. Like, yeah, I know that McDonald's is going to be good, but like, I'm going to look for the weird taco place around the alley, right? I'm going to look for the weird Japanese prog metal thing from the 80s. Not everybody's going to do that. I'm going to do that. And therefore, like, if I'm looking up the evolution of a planet and I go to 10 mainstream videos and they're like, in the accretion arms, matter clumps together. And then they show you an animation of matter clumping together with no logic, completely in isolation along spiral arms of galaxies with no fusion happening, no reason for axial angular momentum, right? They say because things hit each other, it creates axial momentum, which is, we just don't see this. And they can't even do it in simulations. I do simulations on a computer, and you can't make planets come into existence from accretion models. You can do it if you force it to, but in nature that just doesn't occur. Now, where the planets are along the axial arms of a galaxy is not fake. Of course, that's where they are. However, where they emerged from doesn't make sense to have just clumped together. Something like Uranus, Saturn, you're saying Jupiter clumped together, right? What is a brown dwarf or a gray dwarf? Like, let's talk about like what are planets and why are they all and why do planets have their own little solar systems going on? How does that happen? So if we really kind of went to town on it, I could go into a lot of detail about this. That's like, okay, fine, we've proven a lot of things, but do you really know how these things occurred? Yo, what's up, Rick Dangerous? Where's that taco truck, right? Did somebody say, yeah, you know what I'm thinking of. I just want that fucking, excuse my language, I want that, right now probably a veggie taco, but any other day it would have been a barbacoa taco with some, maybe even some damn pineapple on it. Don't judge me. Let's see. I know I'm kind of, I hope I'm not throwing out any energy at you, Fantasy. Of course, like, this is completely with respect, you know? We can disagree completely and it's still respectful. Monster Moonstar, what's up? 77 QD Pie. Cutie Pie. What's going on? Let me see. Did I miss anybody's comments? Rainbows exist. They do. Do you know what else about rainbows, NGC? Is that rainbows are actually a complete circle. We just don't see the bottom of them. And they also cascade. Therefore, there are dupes and trips and dupe rainbows. Oh, you said ick on the pineapple? I love pineapple. Pineapple is quintessential. Not maybe not on pizza, but on tacos you could definitely do, like, because pineapple can be acidic, you know, it works well against the salt. Oh, it's Wacky Wednesday, not Taco Tuesday, right? Well, it was Taco Tuesday like 41 minutes ago, so forgive me for thinking tacos. I see 5 apples. However, you learn it's still 5. What's that in GC? Nosik Chef says that if it exists, it vibrates. You could also say it backwards. If it vibrates, then it exists. Astralis said to Fantasy's comment, that's highly subjective about... Wait, what was that? Highly subjective, but of course common. But alts feel same and don't get lab time. Okay, I missed that. But, yeah, tacos al pastor, thank you. That was pork, right? NGC says, I can't eat fresh pineapple, burns my mouth, but cooked on a pizza, yum. I'm fine with it on a pizza. People are like, it really depends on what you know, the quality of the pizza. Truly good cheese and good dough can make anything happen. Fantasy is still around. Let me know what you think. I definitely like, again, we don't have to agree on things for us to chill. But yeah, love them pineapples. So we got some moonage back. I'm gonna take a little break here, make sure I'm not like stiffening the neck, and got some. What's here? What's here? Let's play some of these tunes. Don't Trust the Rebel. On the edge of the shores of London. Say yes to the night, blur like the city. Here, your love was the only simple way. Oh, deep down in this jungle, deep down, sleep now in this jungle, dream now, this summer. And we feel for a second and talk about fish tacos, because, gosh, it's been a while since I've had meat, but I've had a lot of amazing food before I quit meat. And fish tacos, I think, what I have, there's some halibut tacos, some fantastic halibut tacos, some al pastor with little pineapple relish, handmade masa tacos. What else? I had some tacos in Oaxaca, some lobster tacos with like mole negro. Those were a little too fancy, kind of. I feel like they were trying too hard, but they were very delicious. I think the best tacos I've had are at this place called Cafe Frida on the Upper West Side. I think it might have closed at this point, but Cafe Frida had lamb barbacoa tacos that were just unbelievable. Just this kind of like shredded lamb with different types of relishes. I just can't remember exactly, or not relishes, but sauces. I definitely think there was a mole negro, mole verde, and there was definitely a red sauce as well, but I just remember the barbacoa being the epitome of all tacos. Now, fish tacos, on the other hand, I think it's interesting. My take on Mexico is that they got all the nice, brilliant Mexican grandmas, brought them to New York and LA, and they didn't leave any for actual Mexico. So you go to Mexico and you're like, wait, I had better tacos in New York. I know it's terrible to say that, but I don't think it's the same for Japan and sushi, but I've never been to Japan. However, you tend to get the amalgamation and the culmination of cuisines in these bigger cities, because they go to foreign countries and grab all the brilliant chefs and bring them to these cities. So I feel like I've had the best tacos in, I want to say LA was the best tacos, but New York, I've had so many fantastic tacos in New York. Tilapia is great. Grouper tacos, definitely. Like, I remember the tilapia, like, what was I going to say? The halibut and the grouper tacos. We used to make those at home. So yeah, I would imagine that salmon tacos could probably be great too. A nice tortilla stack filled with chicken. That's yum. My gosh. Sometimes I think about going back to meat because of the limitations, but I don't know. When I cook, I'm very experimental with my cooking, and I don't even know if I would say that. I would say that I tend to use similar methods that I would use with cooking meat, and now as I do now with vegetables. So, like, you marinate things and you sear things and you caramelize Brussels sprouts in the oven. Then you can use something like a goat cheese or a burrata with some mint and blueberries seared in a pan. And you add a little bit of thyme or fresh mint. That's one thing. I learned how to make broccoli really differently, again, in a skillet. I pretty much cook in a skillet. But you got me talking about food here. What else? Pizza. So I was choosing an ingredient not to put on a pizza, because that was the question in the chat. And I was going to say anchovies, but then I thought anchovies are pretty great. It just really, you don't want cheap anchovies. You want really good anchovies. But anchovies are kind of delicious. And especially the recipe that I would use anchovies for is to throw a bunch of them in a pan with the oil, the olive oil, and garlic, and some salt and pepper, and you start getting basically the anchovies into a paste, and they eventually disappear into the oil. So you've got this anchovy oil, salty, kind of garlicky oil, and then you use that as like the basis for a white pasta, or just like a very plain linguine or spaghetti, and then you mix in this really, really rich, but it's not a lot of sauce, but it's like just a ton of butter, a ton of olive oil, a ton of garlic, and yeah. But the anchovies is the key here, because people tend to think, oh, anchovies are gross, or you have to keep them in like anchovies in a salad are just weird. That's one thing I would keep out of salads. Like, yes, you can throw it into like a Caesar salad, but there's something about it that's, you really need some high-end like white anchovies for that to truly pull it off. Yeah, so anchovies is the basis for an amazing pasta, like plain, just no frills pasta with Parmesan. That's one of my favorite things. Of course, you could make it a lemon pasta too. NGC says spinach, feta, and sweet potato and cheese on my pizza is the favorite. That's really a great combo, actually. I'm thinking if I've ever had that combo. I've only had sweet potato, maybe not with feta though. And spinach for sure, or like basil. Gnostic Chef says arrabbiata. Penne arrabbiata. Yeah, definitely. Morgello says, speaking of watermelon, I have 2 almost ready to pull in the garden. Now I'm really getting hungry, y'all. I feel like I do have some food in the back, which is good. Gnostic Chef goes on to say, take some paddock or cod grilled with simple seasons, salt, lime, crushed red chili, watermelon salsa. That sounds good. No tomatoes in that. Just replace the tomato with watermelon on a pico recipe. So, yeah, watermelon pico de gallo is like brilliant. Love it. Yeah, good pico de gallo is one of those things. It's like great Indian raita, you know, the yogurt like side dish. If that's done well, that really it can go accompany with any meal, any dish. So we got our moon back. We're looking at Mare Imbrium, Sinus Iridum at the top. I hope I didn't lose Fantasy Ecstasy to because I was raging about Stellar Metamorphosis. It was completely respectful. I hope I didn't, yeah, you're not annoyed. But I hope everybody's feeling good. I think I'm going to wrap it up soon. It's been about a couple hours, and I'm going to keep streaming maybe tomorrow, day after, and then, of course, the full moon, and then I might take a little break after that. Gnostic Chef says, agreed, Raita can make butter chicken that much better. I feel like Raita with one of my favorite Indian dishes. Let me know what y'all's is in the chat if you like Indian food, but my favorite one is like a really good aloo gobi. Matar is what it is. So it's like cauliflower and peas and like a steep and potatoes kind of steeped for like a whole day, and then you can put paneer in it. You put cheese in it, like square salty cheese. But I feel like you could also use the raita against the cauliflower and the spices in there, that kind of cardamom. Like it really works. The yogurt just cuts everything. It's like an Arabic food where you use labne or laban to cut the salt or the acid. It's really great. Gobi. Oh, yeah, that's what, so everyone's telling me what their favorite Indian food is. Estrella says butter chicken. Hells yeah. Morgello says chicken korma. Gnostic says gobi. What's gobi? Is it aloo gobi? It's the same thing, right? Gobi. That's not what it is. Yeah, it is. That. Yeah, exactly. I guess it's the same. Gobi is probably cauliflower. Yeah, I think it's the same dish. NGC says, oh my gosh, shut up about the food. Hey, like, what can I do? That's what y'all like. Like, I'm tempted all the time to just make this a food podcast, but let's see. Burrati. Yeah, it means cauliflowers, right? With garlic naan, right? What else is great Indian food? Of course, sag paneer is very good, like the stewed spinach with the square cheese. But honestly, I could just live on naan. If you gave me like garlic naan and regular naan and honey naan and butter naan. naan, all day, all night, all good. Yeah, Gnostic Chef, we should do a Take Back food show. I swear I really do have to set this up where I can invite my chat room, my space fam up to talk, or at least to rotate through. I'll have to figure it out one day. I hate to promise it and not deliver, but it does feel like I have to do it at some point, so one day I will surprise y'all. Absolutely. Food is like, if I didn't know how difficult it was to run a kitchen, I would probably open a restaurant. But it's much more challenging than just cooking some fun food. Okay, so let us move on from this for a little bit and do some space. A lunar luncheon, exactly. Somebody bring me back on track with the science stuff, or have we completely moved past that? Are we just looking at the moon and thinking about food? Alright, so a couple of songs here, and I guess I don't even know what I'm going to do. Should we look at Saturn or something? Nope, too cloudy for Saturn. Alright, so I think maybe I'll just zoom out because I think the clarity is a little bit lost with the haze. Probably not worth keeping the zoom going unless somebody's really keen on it. And I'm sick of drawing hexagons and pentagons, but you can see it. Sea of Serenity, Sea of Tranquility, so obvious. Carolina, what's happening? Hearts, how are you? Gnostic Chef says 5 years before COVID hit and took the brick and mortar, right? For me, working on food prep and catering now. I feel that. I feel that. Just steer us in a direction we'll follow. Do. Yeah, Astralis Gulam. Oh my god, don't get me started about desserts. Like, I was going to talk about desserts, but please. Please. I can't see Saturn, unfortunately, so some formidable. I'll take that up. Let's do it. Let's do it. Formidable. Formidable. Yeah, good call. 1 a.m. Another night. Longest streak in a while. Love it.
Left fixing the phone, mixing your liquids, now you're left for dead. Just pay your debts. Flow, the moon is calling. A souvenir, a soul's rescue. I hope you may. Left fixing the phone, mixing your liquids, now you're left for dead. Just pay your debts. Flow, the moon is calling. A souvenir, a soul's rescue. I hope you may. Left fixing the phone, mixing your liquids, now you're left for dead. Just pay your debts. Flow, formidable opponent. Angry crackpot. Formidable opponent. Dangerous lecture. Formidable opponent. You can walk out. Formidable opponent. Think you have the choice. Formidable opponent. Angry crackpot. Formidable opponent. Dangerous lecture. Formidable opponent. You can walk out. Formidable opponent. Think you have the choice.
I think I was wrong about the detail. It is a little atmospheric, but still, this is the shot. This is the correct angle, I think, optimal viewing of the Bay of Rainbows, sinus iridum, sinus infection. I'm sure some of y'all have thought in the past. I see Michigan Woodland Warrior. Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome. I know that Gnostic Chef has taken off. Take care. I really don't see Fantasy in here anymore, so I'm sad, but I hope you're having a good night, Fantasy. I hope it didn't piss you off. Let's see. And Renegade, Mushroom Renegade, jumps in with the fire here. Says fragmented airbursts create bubbles with interference patterns. Airbursts also discharge and suck up a pillar. Yes, they do. Yes, they do, like a mushroom. So yeah, like we're real deep on Sinus Iridum right here. The ancient coastline of the moon, possibly. And a giant impact crater, maybe something else. But either way, gorgeous. There is an actual image that I saw when I was looking tonight with a feature that looks like it's the same kind of crater on the rim of larger craters. So same thing here, this kind of separation mass, and then little craterlet on the edge of a crater. So really killer view of Sinus Iridum. And let's go down and take a look at Mons Recti here, the little lowland, Leland, lowland, larland, lardland. Super cool. I have it blown out a little bit, so it's pretty hot white over here, but hot white, white hot. Let's go to the left a little bit to get some of the relief in view. What else we got next to Sinus Iridum? Look at all these little nice filamentary lines, almost like a shoreline, like you'd see under an ocean coast. And lots of little rainbows everywhere. Alright, so we're moving to where Copernicus is, right? Yeah, that's Copernicus. Look at that. Let me adjust the settings real quick. Burbs abound. Burbs abound. Put some silly stars in the background. I love the way I have the mic on and I'm typing. Yes, recti and rectus. I looked it up just to make sure. Any of several straight muscles, each of a pair of long flat muscles at the front of the abdomen, joining the stemum to the pubis and acting to bend the whole body forward or sideways. That is what rectus is. Plural recti. So mons recti is that little string of letters, micro mountain range that we were just looking at. I believe it's probably the same thing, so I imagine it's just because it's a connected string of features, maybe acting like a chain of amino acids or a muscle tendon. I don't know. So that's the moon's butt. So yeah, we're looking at Copernicus up close. This is really killer. Michigan says, who's buying from the duds at there? Never a straight answer. Someone needs to call that guy for some Dragon engines. I don't know. We'll see. Like, again, I'm keeping a really positive outlook on Artemis. I hope our moon missions succeed, whether or not Apollo did a thing or not. I know people are thinking, oh, Apollo, if you think it's fake, you're crazy. I don't even need to talk to you. That's fine. But Apollo is just a very incredible, amazing story. And we'll see what happens with Artemis. That guy. Exactly that. And that other guy. Put the doodad in the thingamajig and then pull the lever. So to the bottom right, you got Eratosthenes. We were looking at this yesterday as well with the trifecta kind of that everyone's like, oh, there's an alien craft landed in the center of that crater. And, you know, I can't blame people for thinking that, but you look at it and you're like, wait, what's really going on here? And I think it's very fascinating to ponder how that might have formed alongside the outer ring and why craters have central peaks. Oh, look at that. That's new. That's new. That sucks. Yeah, let's not mention any of these people. Jeez. Michigan, let's be chill about it. I don't know. We're probably not personally going to launch rockets to the moon, so if people are going to get behind it, I'm going to keep an open mind for now. Yeah, so looking at Copernicus looks amazing. It always, to me now, Copernicus looks like a nebular cluster, almost like Cat's Eye Nebula, for example, which I should just pull up and put it side by side if you'll bear with me. I just wonder about the copyright issues with these nebula photos. But you'll see the geometry. It's the Helix Nebula, that's what it reminds me of. Right? Yeah. Let me save this. Discard. Why can't that be downloaded securely? Anyway, if you look up the Helix Nebula, you'll know what I'm talking about. I guess it's not going to link right now. That's fine. Let's scribble a tiny bit on top of it, just since I'm here. And we can show the sides. So Copernicus, that's 1, 2, let's say that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Octahedron. And then what's cool is that you also have a nested octahedron. Where'd that go? There. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And this, in a way, like, if I may be so bold, is the actual outline of the counter-rotating cylinders around a plasma current. So electrical filaments, spiraling cosmic lightning bolts, and you have the plasma tubes that are geometric because of boundary pressure, omnidirectional expansion, and boundary pressure mediation. Then you create this shape. That's one rationale. Another one could be a giant rock from space came and exploded over this region and left this beautiful crater. Plasma. It's indeed an umbilicus australis, right? Like, I mean, I don't know. It looks like a belly button, right? Look at your belly button. Your belly button has almost the same type of scar and elevation as moon craters. But, and your belly button was connected via an electrical plasma filament to your mother. And then when it's cut, you still have this energetic filament that is connected. But people think that this is also impact theory. So That's what they think. I'm not 100% sure that's correct. It seems like there's a lot of order to this. Again, this also could be volcanism. Now that we have this old Earth idea or old star idea, maybe there were huge volcanoes on the moon, because it does look like this pushed up from the surface as well, and you have the flat floors that you do in volcanoes right now in Hawaii. If you look at Hawaiian volcanoes and you look at Copernicus, similarly you'll get similarities. But yeah, wonderful region. Michigan says something that I do agree with. Wait, we're going to Mars but can't get to the moon lately. That is very hilarious. Hilarious. I agree. I mean, that's one of those things that's just like, what? You're going to something that's 50 million miles away, but we can't go to something that's 250,000 miles away? But I know people are very, that's like inflammatory shit when you say that. People are like, oh, you don't believe the moon missions? Nothing you say can be taken seriously after that. But, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to get to that. But, you know, I've mentioned my thoughts about the moon missions before. I just think it's amazing that no one else can replicate walking on the moon except for one company. That's the only thing I'll say. I don't know if I agree. The moon doesn't really look flat. The moon looks curved all over the place, and it looks geometric in lots of regions and elevated and lots. It's one of those it's such a simple surface to look at in a way. That's why I think I identify with it so closely, because it looks familiar. It looks like structured geometry, and it looks like faces, and it looks like electrical filaments. And it looks elliptical and stretched at the edges because it's curved. If you've ever done any 3D modeling or seen any, things are mapped spherically to objects, even in reality, simulated reality. Oh, right, Michigan, sorry, I didn't see that part of it. But when you zoom out, the truth is it's round. Yeah, of course. Some regions definitely do look like we're looking at it top down. So, sorry, jumped the gun there. But look at all this crazy detail. Where are we getting to? I think we're getting to Tycho and Clavius. There we go, Tycho and View. I have the aperture wide open here, and look at this Tycho image. Gosh, so cool. I'm going to adjust it a tiny bit. Plasma umbilicus. What song is coming up next? This one's called 11 Fingers. Oh, this is good. No, it's too moody. Let's get something up tempo here. Sorry, didn't mean to tease. Am I really gonna break my rule and play old songs or new songs, or hold on, let's find something different. All right, this one's a little better. This is moody, but it's got a groove. I played this live before.
I got 'Cause now you're here. The soul unfolds, a brighter space appears. It's alright to show some fear. But don't admit that's all you got to do. Oh, it's alright, 'cause now you're here. So begin the love you can't do. It's like the sky is uneven, the heart is born needing, feeling estranged, holding it down like a ferocious Mustang. The father, you work so hard, more than you should. Can't be happy waiting, said the sky is uneven, your heart is born needing, feeling this way, holding it down like a ferocious Mustang. Now when you work so hard, more than you should. Can't be happy waiting, so
just jumping in here to play around with this Mons Recti thing. It's cool to see. I've seen this face before, the one that I just drew on the side. Let me know if you still see it or you want me to sketch it again. I feel like it ruins the effect. After you see it, you can do it without the scribble. So looking at Mons Recti here, thinking like, what are these? This is a really pretty good view. There is some chromatic aberration going on, but you know what I could do to temper it a tiny bit is I could just reduce saturation a bunch, and that will actually clean up. Where is that? There we go. Brighten it, contrast it a bunch. There we go, look at that. So, that's pretty good. I mean, it's not an 11-inch view, it is an 8-inch view here, but it's pretty good. Also, I want to say what's up to Morgan Ellis. I realize I haven't been chatting since it's been a while. NGC, take care, talk to you soon. Let's see, what else have I missed in here? Alright. So yeah, this is fully desaturated territory. So L, O, let's say, is that N? Or is it W? It's like an N maybe. And then a C. And then, do we want to say that's like a U, like that? And a D at the end? Do we all agree that it's a D? Ion, ironclad, ironclad. I don't know. Just so cool. I mean, this is the type of stuff that astronomy is made for, seeking out meaning in mountain ranges. And then the really pretty face over here, right? Pointed chin. Pretty cool. Jutting, let me try it one more time. And the mouth. And then that. And the eye. And big eyelid. And that's ruined it. That's not how a face should be, but sort of like a face. Now let's get back a little bit of saturation here. So that's Mons Recti, enjoying that view for a moment. Erlenborg says Erland. Okay, second letter could be an R. Is that an L? Like, let's go there. And Erland. Is it Ireland? Ireland has claimed Mare Imbrium. Of course. It was in front of us all along. Anyone else? Let's see. Okay, so let's keep going here. And what's to the left? We got Sinus Iridum, the star of the evening. I think Morgan Ellis said, or somebody said, that they love this phase. This phase is one of the best, I think, for about 5 or 10 features on the moon that are just, especially this Sinus Iridum view. Man, this is close up. Close up. So, this requires a tune, and for me to shut the damn hole. What did I have? I had Inarium. Let's do this one. A song for Sinus Iridum.
Is it Seems like thousands of years. Faces here come and go. Through this circus we walk, head held tall. Into the rise and the fall. Over and over again. Seasons of violation. I'm holding on so dear. Living in my creation is my rules. Rivers in my oasis. I wiped away my tears. I never once gave in to anyone else but this. Tell you you're the one that I think about. 5, 2, 2, 1, I'm in him. Tell you what you think about, you think about. I'll tell you what you do and what you do now. What you do and what you want. I know what you do and what you do and what you want. I know what you do and what you do and what you want. I know what you do into my heart. What you do serves me in when I never told what you do I know. I know what you do serves me in when I never told what you do I know. Seasons of violation. I'm holding on so dear. Living in my creation is my rules. Rivers in my oasis. I
Yeah, I really like this old song. It's called, so first one was High Above the Battle, last one was Doing What You Want, and this is called Never Had. And I'm gonna just keep going with this old album. Like I have almost a full album that I've never played for y'all in its entirety, so I'm just gonna go through it. It was kind of written a long time ago, so it kind of refers to a different time in my life, but it's fun to listen to it now after all these years. I just want to say what's up to Miguel as well, and Manos and Mary coming back into the chat. And thanks to Morgan and Australis for all the kind comments on the music. I'm a little sleepy here, but like I said, the moon view is amazing tonight. We're looking at Schiller Crater here, this absolutely profound, unique feature on the moon, like an exclamation mark. Almost looks like another thing. It also, interestingly, looks like, it looks like the inside of our intestines, you know what I mean? Really, that's what it kind of looks like. But it also looks like a character, like a letter, like an exclamation mark, or an eye upside down. It also looks like the channel over at Valles Alpes, almost the same cut. And so it's a very interesting feature because you wonder, like, what created this? Was it like an impactor that kind of hit the bottom part and ejected all the way upwards, or towards the pointy side of it? Or was this like an electric arc moving across the surface? Interestingly, the bottom of it kind of turns into a very unique structure, almost like a rocket engine if you really look at this. Let's scribble on top of it. Just real quick, do you remember the Tintin rocket? Are you seeing the Tintin rocket, or is it just me? Let's see. Let us see. Well, no, now I'm exaggerating it. But look at this bottom bit. Looks very... See the rocket? There we go. Oops. Or an upside down lotus. But yeah, those old style rockets. From a scientific vantage point, it's really fascinating. It definitely looks like almost like a slug, right? Or a worm. What do they call those? Those plate worms? Yeah, I'm making up things. The ones that grow heads on both sides that Michael Claridge talks about. So you have kind of like pattern recursion. This, of course, features on the surface of a planet look like a worm, look like they're carved along a filament. So this filament is kind of loaded up here, 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 and everything kind of coalesces to this, condenses along this filament. That's one way it could have occurred. Another way could have been an impactor of sorts that hit and slid that way, or an impactor that hit here and slid that way. It could also, I don't know, this is an interesting one. I wonder if this could have come from underground. Maybe this is a volcanic vent that was under an ocean. It always looks like the moon is underwater, and you could imagine that this might have been the bottom of a much deeper ocean. So if we think about it like that. Mano says, amazing work, thank you. So any thoughts on Arthur M. Young? Just got his book, about to read. I don't know, I've heard the name, let me see if I can place it. Arthur Middleton Young was an American inventor, helicopter pioneer, designer of the Bell helicopter. Okay, Arthur Young was, who talked about him? Was it Dan Winter was talking about Arthur Young? I honestly have not done enough research on Arthur Young, but I know that a lot of the stuff, like his books, The Reflexive Universe, I'm seeing them here, The Bell Notes, Geometry of Meaning, I would imagine is along the same Birkeland currents that I'm talking about. I don't think anything I'm saying really is like completely unique discovery. I think it's just me putting together pieces and clearly Arthur Young had a crucial part in it. I tend to think about that sometimes too. It's like I don't talk about Anthony Peratt a lot, and he's really integral. So with Hannes Alfvén, I don't talk about Eric Lerner. Like, he's pretty awesome. There are a few people that I know are amazing, but I just, there's only so many people I can remember talking about. But yeah. It's funny you say Egyptian Blue Lotus, huh? All right, let's keep going with the vibes here. I was enjoying just sitting back and listening, but I just want to say what's up and mention Schiller Crater. And we're just right near the region with Clavius and Tycho. Let's quickly go to Clavius. You saw that with a chain of craters, almost the tail of a spiral. But let's go to a different region and continue with this record here.
most of the shadows vibrate.
is wide open. Staring at a trillion bright lights. Where the hell are you? Oh, my heart is wide open. Wide open, wide open. Traveling to a million far sights. Don't twice. Feel right, no device. Calling, are we reaching the moon? I'm drifting on the shore. sandwiches of me. I saw keys talking, just saw me. Can't give up the lead. Got everything to You're laughing at the point. She tells you, attaboy. All your truth comes out with a joy. When you're kicking asteroids. You're laughing at the point. She tells you, attaboy. All your truth comes out with a joy. When you're kicking asteroids. Find soul. You're dancing alone. We ain't free as far as I can see. Don't confident friendship. Give it up, don't lie. Confident friendships. Tell me why. Don't confident friendships. Tell me why. Wake up and tell if it makes you happy. Take down my path. A decision or a lie. Paid for the escape. I thought nothing more. Slide down and sit a while. Step 2 and 4, don't hard to take. Just a moment till the space, till we meet again. This way, see you in the sequels, and in the preface. I just know we're equal. Yeah, baby, outside. So sweet in love. Want to brave it until make my way down. Cause I'm sitting on a hold my head up high. Sitting, waiting to fly. Ready since I was 5. See you in the sequel.
Just want to hop in for half a second, just mention the quality tonight's really looking good. Got the chromatic fringing, you know, that blue-orange, because it's actually now moved. First of all, it's over the moon right now, but it's also getting lower on the horizon towards the setting position. Yesterday when we saw it, or the night before, it was much higher up altitude-wise, and it was kind of in the 50, 60 degree altitude in the sky, further south, what is it, I want to say south-southwest, south-southeast, and you get a lot more atmospherics, and also the tilt is a little bit different. But thanks for hanging out super late with me. This is what we get. We get treated to a gorgeous view of Saturn. Amazing separation tonight. This is on the little trusty old 8, and I'm wondering if I shouldn't just go get the 2x Barlow, and we'll see if we can't zoom in even further. But bouncing along with Island Dream over here. have played this earlier. Anyway, look at that, 2.5x Barlow lens. I knew I bought one recently. So yeah, it's the 8 kind of trying to, this is like a really good shot for an 8-inch telescope. I tried to kind of adjust the max min on the chromatic. It just looks super stunning. This is basically what you see in a good 11-inch scope, but more clear. But either way, looking wonderful. Astralis says rings are really beautiful. And absolutely, yes, real deal cosmic wheel. Love that. Mano says, so that thing is 900 million miles away. And like Jello was saying earlier about how light takes an hour to travel from us to Saturn. I don't know, it's like those types of concepts make me feel like we're so far from it. But at the same time, the fact that we can see it at all is really more impressive than the fact that we're so far from it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like, just to tie it into the larger idea of how mainstream science poo-poos new ideas, but just think about Saturn in terms of being connected to it and seeing even if the light takes a certain amount of time, that you're seeing Saturn, you're vibing with Saturn directly. I like to feel like we're having a direct connection. I don't think about it in terms of, oh, I'm seeing Saturn as it was an hour ago. I don't know why, it makes me feel a little bit too like disconnected from it all. Furthermore, you get the whole idea that Saturn has electrical currents going through it, and then if we just quickly touch upon the stellar metamorphosis idea that Saturn was a star, and then its outer shell collapsed, and now it's turning into a water planet, is a really great idea. And it's just great to see it. Let's keep going with some more tunes here. I'm getting pretty tired, but we're almost there. So a little bit more on Saturn, and then I'm going to take advantage of this shot, and then the moon is about to set, so I'm going to switch to a much wider shot, and we'll see the moon set and call it a night, finally.
Give you love and a common peace. Feel your pain cause it's part of me. Know you really think when your body's built. I'm amazed by the words on your lips. Give your name and a common peace. It's insane that you're part of me. Never lifts from my iron wrists. It's as if everybody is the same body. Insane that you want for relief. Maybe one day you're something. Made it the way that somebody someday, but we all get the slip. Here in space now we come in peace. Seeing things that you cannot believe. Ready to trip on the drift. We can lift to the moon, cause I love to give you. We are the space race, we are the moonball. We are the franchise, we are the sequel. They don't even how are we still here? For your place along the space race. Outside of heaven, across the street from where I grew up after born and raised. Somehow we lived, somehow we died, somehow we came back to the city side and drive through civilized genocide. We had to fight with your armies, held down from the Western forces, had no love for the army. Bear no hate for the Western forces. When you speak out, you sing loud. Everybody wanna tear you down, but come on, come on, come on. Step to me, I got nothing but love to give you. We are the space race, we are the moon, we are the franchise, we are the sequel, made of the ether. How are we still here? It's a long space race.
hitting that sleep mode pretty hard right now, but I'm staying up for this last dip of the moon. It's pretty close to setting. So what a rockin' show tonight. 4 hours. Haven't done one of those in a long time. Appreciate everybody hanging out with me this late. Almost 2:45. But what an amazing phase of the moon to check out all the neat details. I didn't spend a lot of time down at Chrysium and Tranquility and Serenity just because it's a much nicer relief detail up at the top. Of course, let's remember what I was saying here real quick, which is, just I'll make a note of it. It's hard to see, actually, because Sea of Serenity is just blown out. But the note that I'll make is that... Where's my thing? So that's Amare and Gassendi, like a diamond ring type of situation with even a tiny ring at the top of that. This is Humorum Gassendi. And then you look at the flock of birds, that's cool. And then you have Sea of Serenity here and Posidonius right at the vertex. And then a little micro craterlet there. So you have this kind of... The reason I'm pointing it out is because Gassendi and Posidonius are really particularly familiar if you look at them side by side. Ellie was here a few nights ago, I think. Yeah, she's doing good. I think probably 3 nights or 4 nights ago. But not the last couple, I think. I might be wrong. I see Bird, I see Z Proxy in the chat. Yeah, I kind of lost track of who's been here on which night, to be honest. Especially right now, I can't remember nothing. Nothing. So I appreciate all of you who's hanging out and everybody checking this out tomorrow and who hung out all night. Space fam, all the kind comments and grooving with me. And our lovely moon and Saturn. Pretty good views of Saturn tonight, I gotta say. Fantasy, if you catch this, hope you're doing okay. And if you leave me any comments, please give me specifics that I can talk to. Like, I don't want to talk about which people are like this guy doesn't get it or that guy doesn't get it. Like, specifically, it would be good to talk about little, like, actual factual touch points and not just dismiss in totality everything as nonsensical, because then there's nothing to really talk about. So I see Z Proxy, Mary, Astralis, Manos, Morgello, and let me know who else hung out this late. I see maybe Morgan Ellis was also here. So I'm going to let the moon drift down, play 1 or 2 last songs. I know maybe Captain of the Stars over here, and then an encore. An anchor. Gosh, I haven't played this one in so long. Alright, this goes out to my space fam. Yeah, mood.
I play straight to
everyone. I appreciate you. Have a great rest of your night. Stay safe, stay brilliant, stay open-minded. This is your captain signing off on another amazing journey in this electric universe. Peace.